Okay, morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome. Hey, RZ's nephew. Here's our Arizona Cowboy One and Rudolph and R Chapman and Bill. Hey, Puzzlers. Hey, Rod. Hey, Lucas. Hey, Lars and Monkey Butler Labs and PF Dennis. How is everyone? We are back on the Milo build. Hey, Bearded Bucket. Hey, Danny. Hey, Ethan and Jack. Catrell, 3D. Oh, Dave, and I saw Jake around here earlier. Welcome. Thanks for being here. Say hey, PF Dennis and Colin and Chris, Joseph and Steve. How are folks? Hey, Nathan, Nuno, Andres, GJ and Daniel and Cliff. Oh boy. Yeah, we're back at it. We made some pretty decent, I think, progress considering how much attention I was taking to measurements and stuff last stream. I did a lot of it over in between, and I'll talk about that a little bit. But hey, Turtle, Hendrix and Mark, hey, Apollo, and Biney, and Joel, hey, Reth, hey, Brent, and Malfrey and Great White, all the folks. Well, what happened? 125 viewers down to 89 almost instantly. I'll just refresh. We're at 138 right now. Hey, Glengus and Jeff and James, Tuxedo. The old gang and the new gang is almost all here. Yeah, welcome anyone from Grant's stream. I'll try to start posting actually in chat when the morning when Grant is actually live, because I think that's helpful. So. Excuse me. Did you figure out if the square was out or the 1, 2, 3 block? The surface plate. A surface plate is rated for the top surface, not the side surfaces. And I figured that out. So, chat, new name, formally. Oh, 3D Proto Lab, welcome. New name. What else? So, I had, last stream when we were building on this, I had used, I don't even know where I put it. I had used this. I had used this square when lining a few things up, which was fine because this is actually square. However, that got me thinking, and I was using my small surface plate to see if I could test squares. And I talked about this on my Tuesday stream a little bit, but it turns out that these cheap machinist squares are not square. So they are just Amazon inexpensive, not a whole lot to them, but these are both out of square. Fortunately, I didn't use those. I used this one, but it was interesting to find out. I did take a 1, 2, 3 block on top of my surface plate and then check the side. But before that, I used the dial test indicator to make sure the 1, 2, 3 block was parallel and on both sides. And as far as I can tell, this one's good, those are not. Little Brat, welcome. Don't forget to give an early like. Get those early likes in. Building a Mark IV Bear today, have fun. It's 10:03, time for us to fix, time for our fix of the builds. Yep. I think I have those same ones, time to double check mine. Yeah, so I went looking and I found, and someone on my Tuesday stream thought these were pretty decent too. So this is Kinex. It's made in Czech Republic. They say that there's a rating on them. They are significantly thicker than the other ones. This is testing square. Yeah. So how the Fowler set is, I'm sure it's fine. This one was $30, I think. This thing was like $60 or $50. But thanks for the tip on the Zenit citrus cleaner. Got some and it worked great. Awesome. So after in between streams, I worked on this a little bit. And one of the nice things is it moves even smoother, but still being stiff than it did on stream last week. So I improved it, I think. And what I did is I reprinted this because remember the heat set holes were too large. So I reprinted that, but I also got the CNC Kitchen larger 2.5 millimeter heat sets in case we run into other parts, and I think we will, so I don't have to reprint. But I redid all of the rails and the alignment of this plate in between streams. I also put slot covers inside here because I don't think I'm ever going to get to those again. So I put some of the OpenBuilds slot covers in all those spots, and if that bites me, then hopefully it doesn't. I don't think I need to mount anything. Is your square? Exactly. Welcome, Daniel. Can you put a link up on the square? Yeah. Oh, no, I can't. I got logged out of Amazon on this computer, so I'll have to post it. Remind me in my Discord later. Link to the Discord is in the description. I'll post it in there if you remind me, but I don't want to deal with logging into Amazon on this computer right now. So, hey, Peter. So like I said, I redid this. I spent a little more time making sure surfaces were clean, free of any grime, in between the rails and the extrusions. And I spent a little more time making sure the reference, this is what I'm considering my reference rail, is centered on the extrusion. I just used my calipers to do that, but then I ran the dial test indicator, magnetically attached it to one of the MGN rails, and then ran it across the extrusion, and it's within a very, very tiny bit all the way across. The problem is it's not like they're consistent. It's like there's a slight bow, but it's minuscule. Man, now I wish I had done that on either of my builds. Oh. So then I wanted to make sure that the lead screw coupler here was actually in line, because I just kind of used the square, but it's a short piece of plastic. So I took the I took the X one off and the plate off and ran the lead screw through with all of this. Let me take that back. I squared up, I then put it back on, squared up this plate to this rail. And the best way I could think of to do that, besides trying to use a dial indicator, which I was driving myself nuts along this surface, because these, as you tighten them, it shifts. So I put my fancy new square here with a 1, 2, 3 block here because it's not tall enough, and use that to square the plate. Then I put the lead screw in and then tightened the bolts for the lead screw nut carrier, and then took it all apart and redid it again. So I watched your second stream, saw you had the same issue with the size of the hole. I was not sure if you checked with LDO about that. If we're talking about the heat set holes, apparently the release kits have a larger heat set, according to David LDO. I tend to bias parallel rails to the inside or outside. Well, once this rail was indexed to the extrusion and as close as we can get it, I did run across this side, but what I ended up doing is loosening these screws and then using the carriage to make sure everything was smooth. And it is, I mean, this is smoother than it was last Sunday. So, sorry to miss the stream for now at a local maker fair for a bit. Have fun, Shammy. Thanks for stopping in. Okay, so this came in handy. It'll come in handy again. To bolt the X lead screw carrier, I had to rely on a square, but it's a lot more plastic here. I'm hoping, I'm expecting it to be close enough. to be in line with the X. The other part of this is not tightening down this the bearing carrier until the whole lead screw is in. I tightened everything down with the carriage at this point, and then just kind of made sure that it was centered back here at this end. So then everything was in line. And when I move this through with the lead screw in there, it goes straight into the bearing. So that is this part. So this is basically as far as we got last stream. We did put rails on the X, so, but we didn't get to the point of tightening them and lining them up. So that's where we're going to get back to today. So I want to make sure that the rails don't stick past the extrusions on either side. It's exact length. So, hey, Tuxedo. I think in the end it comes down to checking, adjusting, rechecking, adjusting until things run smoothly. Now, as much as I'm doing in the build process to line everything up, I'm still going to have to go through and do a alignment, tramming everything when it is done. The question is all the effort put into that in the build process worth it and will result in being closer in the end? And I think it will be, but so we're going to follow the new. So the Millennium Machines team announced the revised documentation site, and this is where we're at. I'm just going to paste this whole link, but you can get to the thing here. It's just easier. Hey, Knights. AFPOA. My tall FMJ order went to send, cut, send this week. Nice. So following this build order along with the raise alternate gantry assembly method. So I was using this to make sure I knew which length of screws to put back in. So we're at the point where the stepper mount is installed, the idler mount is installed, all this is done, but we use the alternate method where we are attaching the rails first and then putting the carriage on the rails. So I think we can put here. Let's go. Let me get over to I've been doing screenshots with the raise because it's Discord and I don't want to just share my Discord screen. Some minor tightening of the anti-backlash assembly once, I think, in that time. Yeah. Just suffered a trip to Smurf and back. Oh. I see. Let's see. We are at about this point. So let me capture this. It's a Prusa part I was demonstrating for something else. Let me capture what we have here. Okay, so I love Ray's way of describing things. So attach the contraption from the first step to the y-axis. So the contraption is the XY bearing plate or lead screw nut plate or whatever. It's the contraption. And hit it to the red part. This way it's forced to be parallel. I don't know that I think that's not the best way to make it parallel. I think my method was a little more accurate with the square and the 1, 2, 3 block, but that method is our ray of sunlight. I don't know. Yeah. So Also mind the orientation of it from the first part. The small block should have the pointy side looking to the front, and we made sure on that. So now we're just going to put the x-axis on top of the thing you just built, and the screws should be accessible from the bottom to be tightened. Just screwing but not tightening. You can install, okay. So I'm going to move to making sure this is all in line and square and parallel and everything. So I think we're going to take this. I'm going to do this the way, and all these are loose, so I didn't actually do anything. So is there any reason, Jake or Dave, that I can't put extrusion slot covers inside here as well? Now the top ones don't really matter, but the side ones I don't think would be a bad idea to put some in the sides. Since this runs like this, I think I have a bunch. I bought a bunch, so I may put them in the sides. Okay, so this is now loose and wiggly. So you won't get any chips up there. This is true. I'm just thinking general dust and things. Nothing will stay in these channels, but on the side ones, it could accumulate on the sides. Okay, I want to make sure that that's at the very least flush with an end. So I'm going to put that there. That way we don't have a rail sticking off the end. And then I'm going to use check fit with the anti-backlash block. Check fit for if no clashes, and I don't see why not. Yeah, I don't think they'll clash. There's nothing there. I just didn't know if anything needed to be mounted. So I'm going to take this, and then I'm going to, instead of these clips, I am going to measure the spacing here. But actually, before I even do that, because I know I didn't last time, I'm going to take these all the way off. Nothing on inside channel. Okay, thank you. I did not take extra care in making sure there's no grime in between any mating surfaces here when we on the last stream. So that is what we're going to do right now. Hey, Ulrich. Okay. Okay, so then just the general idea is just making sure that we don't have anything in between. No, this can get fibers on there, but I want to do an initial pass. Just there. Not feeling anything with my finger either, so I can put this back on. I think these are pre-cleaned and lubed, but wanted to confirm, did you do any rail prep? I did. So last stream we did grease the rails. They are, I believe they are going to have come with just the shipping oil. They were clean, so I didn't use any solvent on the existing existing stuff. I just re-greased them. PF Dennis, thanks for the gifted memberships. Here's the only material to clean mating surface with is human skin. I mean, anything that will drop lint is a bad idea. But to get the initial thing, I used it and then I went over it with human skin. Davis, thanks for being a member. Same method, remove block and apply directly to bearings. Yep, exactly the same. The larger you go on the bearing, on the rail size, the easier that gets. Okay, so human skin is great for finding those sharp edges. Arizona Cowboy 1, thanks for the gifted memberships. Scott, welcome. I see you there. You're saying I won't have issues with my thumbs? No. Well, and this kit comes with carriages. Where are they? There's some here. The little dummy rails. Comes with dummy rails. Okay. All that's still loose. Okay, so let me see here. So last time when we, on this piece here, as assembled on stream last time using these, this was nicely parallel to the extrusion. What wasn't quite right is the offset. So I don't know if I'm gonna be able to, let's try this. So all of these are printed in a certain orientation, right? Part down on the bed. So we wanna make sure these go on here the same way on either side. So textured side is that way. And then I want to, because I know the width of these rails, set this to 2.42 millimeters. Just to try to center that. So this is here, and then maybe I'm even gonna do something else that helps. And put some pressure on the side of these. You can see they're a little loose here. So a little pressure, and then does this wiggle? See, it still wiggles. So what I want to do is hold that there and there. And then I'm just gonna hold it in place here on the end. Why does this keep? And this is just for centering. This isn't necessarily for, I mean, it should. Why in the world does that keep the other side? Okay. It should end up really close, but make sure I've got, yep, we're good here. Pex Peppers. Hey, Big Red. Hey, Gentech, welcome. Okay, so just making sure that I'm attempting to make sure the rail is centered on the extrusion. So at that point, we should be able to just kind of lightly tighten these from the inside. And then I think I'm gonna run the test indicator across and see how close we are. I'll show you how I set that up. Friendly. Yep, I've been letting it go as long as my wife will allow it. Did you reprint the rail alignment tools so they were more snug on the rails? I did not, because I got into doing, so we're gonna move this over here. I got into just measuring it with my test indicator. Let me grab the pieces. So before we get too far, we do have 2 giveaways today. Our usual Polymaker filament giveaway, and LDO is giving away for every stream in this build series the CNC starter set, which includes a dial test indicator. This is mine. This isn't the one that came in the kit, but it's the same thing, but with a yellow face. 1, 2, 3 blocks, a little arm, a little mounting arm for the test indicator, a selection of end mills and collets and stuff. Where did I put the small, here it is. Includes one of these arms, this arm right here. So the link is in the description. You might have to refresh to get to them. We do want to try to get to 300 likes by the giveaway time, which is in 2.5 hours. So, and several people I see are mentioning thread lock, and yeah, I did forget. Everything over here is thread locked, 100%. You're right, I did forget to do thread lock here. So let's do that real quick because I did forget. Are you going to bring printed trays again this year for Rocky Mountain? That's the plan. I'm gonna bring my collection of them and give them away. The depinning tools for microfits, is the center pin supposed to retract? Yes, you use the center pin, you push it to eject the pin. I'm gonna go through these just one at a time right now and put Loctite on them. Where did I put my Loctite? Here it is. Hey, 3D print junkie. You have to hold the removal tool against the. You have to hold the removal tool against the connector. It's not 100% automatic. Do this. These are long enough. I can just grab them. Hey, it's Seam. Watching live over the Rockies. Nice. Eclipse. Thanks for the gifted memberships. Wow. Speaking of memberships, I think we're going to get back on the Sakura build the next Saturday. That'll be March 2nd. So a very early month stream. I want to get on that. If it needs it, and I think it will, there's probably going to be 2 Charlie's Angels streams in March, because I'll do the second one later in the month, a couple of weeks later, the 23rd or something like that. So we'll be able to finish assembly during this stream. Oh no, there is no chance that I'm going to finish this stream. There is no chance, especially with the methods I'm going through and taking extra alignment care and the front loading all of this. And forgetting Loctite and hey Jose. This is going to be 10 streams at least. Nah. I don't think it'll be that many. There may be extra streams actually setting it up and learning how to use it more than I would for a 3D printer. It just bent the end. What? What do you mean, bent the end? Oh, ooh. At least you can buy extras. You think it'll be 10 streams? Come on. Joe, 3D Maker Noob, did it in one stream. It takes me 10. Oh, hey, the GPs. Welcome. And you're very welcome. I thought that M on your shirt meant marathon stream. Is that the one I just did? No. Okay. Micron took 8 streams. Well, I don't think this is more complicated than Micron. Especially not the build part. Hey, D. Norris. Oh, okay. Magnets. Maybe no more complicated, requires more care. This is true. Less pieces here, more fiddly, construction, calibration, yes. Although I took some of what I've been kind of putting into practice here. So the cool thing about this build is, I mean, I spend a lot of time watching Blondie Hacks and Clow42 and Artisan Makes and Inheritance Machining and seeing all those methods for using the tools, using the dial test indicator and stuff, and being able to put some of that into practice here has been cool. So I played around with the Green V2 as well and dialed in the Y rails and the X rail. So we'll talk about that on Tuesday. LD. Three to build, one to program, one to start making chips, then move to the other studio because it's too loud. Yeah, Inheritance Machining is a great channel. Okay, I took these out one at a time. Let's see, it shouldn't have shifted. It's still good on the sides. It's not overhanging either side. I think that's important here because you got a printed part that's on the end. This is a mini mill. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my test indicator stand here, and it's got a little magnet switch, so I can put this here and it comes right off. If I flip that on, it's on there pretty decent. So loosen this up. End up being somewhere around there. I'll get a better camera angle here in a second. Put that on there. And I'm going to loosen this and kind of, yep, there we are. These have a very short range of motion on these, on the dial test indicator. So let's just do this, I think. I don't know how well this is going to work, but if I put this in here, we should get some idea. Let's move this carriage close to the end. We should get some idea of where I'm at here. So if I go to the end, that's moving down. Go along here a bit. Oh, that's interesting. If I go here, see that? See that? Hey, Sergey. So I'm running on the extrusion side here. Extrusions aren't perfect either, but I think the goal here is to try to make it as consistent as we can. And that moves quite a bit at the end there. So yeah, the extrusion might not be straight. I get it. I get that. The way I could test that is put it on a larger surface plate and run the test indicator across it there. It's quite a bit at the end, but then it comes back a little bit. So there's a little dip there, and I think it's probably in the extrusion. Now, you can check between the two rails, but then you're checking parallel, and that we'll end up doing that. The most effective way is probably going to be to mount it on the carriage though, and let that make sure the rails are parallel. That's how I got the most smooth motion on the Y. But this isn't bad because throughout most of this travel, it's right there. You see that? Right in there is all. So the vast majority of that travel is dead on. So I think that's probably okay. This is, each increment is 0.0005, and at its worst we're seeing, here, we're right there, and at its worst we're seeing about 0.0025 inches, which is going to be somewhere around 0.06 millimeters-ish. Parallel is important and squared to the x. Yeah. So I have not torqued all these down, so let's torque all the screws and then see what it looks like. Some of the movement is probably from the powder coating. It's anodizing, but yeah, I get it. Yep. So I'm gonna just go through and the indicator. Now, I don't know, this is my indicator. I don't know which one came. I haven't looked close enough on the one that came in the kit. No torque screwdriver? No. And my Ugga Dugga meter is calibrated. Is a fixture plate for Milo steel so you can attach the magnetic? No, it's aluminum. Okay, so let's see here if that changed anything. If it didn't change anything, we're still good. But this is a good test and how we can use this. Yeah, and it did. It's actually a little worse with it by a tick. But the vast majority of that is. So I would say that would say the rail is parallel to the extrusion. If there's some thing in the extrusion at the ends right there, then that's not too big of a deal. So what work requires surface plate, but would be that disregarding of precision? I don't know. The nice thing that I found about the surface plate, and even just the small one I have, let's use the small one here. I put this on here and one of the nice things to figure out on this, I think, is we could take this and set it let's set that something like that. Let's put our 1, 2, 3 block here. Maybe we'll do this view. If I can get this down here. These arms are interesting to, oh, there we go. And if I can put this along one of these surfaces here. Okay. Now I want to make sure I'm bottoming out that little tiny movement. I'm bottoming out the test indicator, but let's see where we're at. There we are. So now with that like that on the surface plate, and this isn't a perfect setup here, but if you watch the indicator, you can look at, oh, I dropped it off the end. But if you run across there, that means that these two sides are parallel to each other, right? So the surface plate is a great way of checking tools. So test indicator has a tiny little, and that's all the movement there is, back and forth. But you can shift this so you can get a better angle at whatever you're measuring. And then the outside turn so you can move the pointer to 0. This is really more, I mean, it'll give you a degree of how far something is off, but it's more a relative measurement. You want to see how much that's moving across whatever you're checking. Okay. Wasn't a swipe at me? What word? Oh no, that's fine. That's no worries. I'm having fun kind of having a reason to apply some of this and learn and stuff. It measures deflection. There you go. Oh. But that also shows you, I mean, with a great setup, what you can actually achieve having a actual precision piece. Hey, ASM. Okay, so those two are now, this is my reference rail now. So I'm gonna go through and put Loctite on the rest of these. Oops. So flat surface for assembling frames. Oh, yeah. These can come off of here. You know what, these might have been the ones. I wonder if these are the ones I used the other, because they seem a little tighter. Gotta find that link to the machinist t-shirt. Machinists have tolerance issues. Magnets. We put some shim stock under the rail to compensate for that end. Well, the question is it in, we don't know where that irregularity is. It could be in the top surface and the rail is deflecting, or it could be in the surface we're measuring against. We don't know. So, anyone know how these 1, 2, 3 blocks are called in German? Well, they're probably not 1, 2, 3. Yeah, they're metric equivalent. Oops. Strong magnet. How did you check the 1, 2, 3 block is square? Measure across the diagonals. I didn't. There's some, both in, it could be a parallelogram. It could. I don't know that these chamfered edges are referenced, so I don't know that you can trust this measurement to this measurement to check square. I kind of doubt it, because that's not a doesn't look like a precision ground surface, so that would not work. I think, and people can correct me, I think for the most part, these 1, 2, 3 blocks, even the cheap ones, are made pretty well. Okay, so we're going to just get the majority of crud off. German block. Oh, so Tony has a video about cosine error, and I think he talks about checking the square of a cube. That might be in another video. I think if you order extrusions from Masumi, you can actually order them with rail surfaces machined. If you really wanted, that would be the way to do it. You either shim each bolt hole, or you machine the surface, the mounting surface. Let's go. I'm assuming high precision extrusions come with sticker shock free of charge. Yeah, exactly. Mosquito. I was being bombarded by mosquitoes when I was working in here last night. It was frustrating. I don't know if we're having a worse year than typical, or this is just the first. I don't know. Throwing chips yet? I mean fries. It's wet on the West Coast, tons of standing water. Yes, it is. It is terrible. I probably, and I had the door open. It was so nice yesterday. I had to close it because I'd probably killed 20 mosquitoes. It was nonstop. I couldn't get anything done. So I had to. I'm going to use the indicator to set the parallelism of the rails. I could, but what ends up happening is the way they bolt to that plate. I can set this to be centered on this extrusion and parallel to this one. But what'll end up happening is I need to fine tune it to the plate anyway. So we leave this one tight, and we'll use the plate to make sure that it runs smooth across there, right? So this one should keep us parallel. That the plate set spacing. I have some mosquito repellent incense. Was doing nothing. and it was almost smoking me out of here. Hey, Ram. Don't get mosquitoes until late in the year. Okay, last one. So tram it kind of like the V0 Z axis. Yeah. Welcome, Brian. Okay, let's make sure that's not going to go over that. And then since we are doing that, I'm just going to use these to get it close. And then it'll get tightened up. See, that has some play in between these. Even if you hold this here, there's some play there. So just that there. This will end up getting redone, but that just holds it in place right now. Are you going to invest in some 246 blocks? I looked at those, and they're where a 123 block set on Amazon is like $25 to $30. 246 blocks are $80. I have a pair and they're a team lift item. Okay, now we're back. Now I think we're finally at this point where we can put that on the y-axis. Testing some 420 blocks. That's funny. You can install your x-axis motor mount on the C-beam and align the axis using that. And here you can see you can use the flatness of X motor mount to square it up against the XY plate. Okay, how are we going to do this? So the suggestion is that we can take the suggestion here is that we can take this guy, which is the X stepper mount, and it is at least a build surface here. And however this goes on here, bolt it there, and then we can use that as the flat surface for the I'm looking at how this goes. The flat surface for the plate. I do have these heat sets here that did deform this a little bit, so I'm not sure that I'm thrilled with that. Hey, Pathetic Puma. Hey, Iconic Fab. How does this compare to the CNC you already have? Any advantage of one or the other as far as which is more versatile? What I have is a Shapeoko CNC router. Very much a different machine. It's 33 inches square in the cut area, which is significantly more than this. Really panels, and I can get away with a little bit of aluminum work on it. I haven't done it, but I've seen people do it. But this is a just different purpose. Hey, Laura. And I assume Sean. I think I need to buy more tools. Bolt the 1, 2, 3 block to the end and use that to reference on the plate. Yep, that's where I'm going. McCree. Yep. Hey, Spectra. So this is going to go. So what direction is this? This is the front. I think I'm just because I want the reference block on the front. So do I want to do this? So if I just do this, move these out of the way, and that goes down inside of there. Check out the Millennium Machines showcase channel to see lots of aluminum machining in action. Yeah. He's here on our way to a late lunch. At least it's not really late in giveaway time, right? Okay. So that is there and there. This is the general. Take these off. And then if I put this guy to be upright, now what we're assuming is that the ends of the extrusions are square. I probably shouldn't even check, but I'm going to. Yeah. I'm not feeling any wiggle there. So they appear to be square. Hey, Bruno. We won't miss giveaway time when it's fast food. Have you been to Raising Cane's? I have not. Okay, I'm gonna put that there. I'm gonna move this against that. That's gonna square this plate, which is already squared, to this extrusion. So let's get those bolts in there partly. As a test fit participants, I think you should rename giveaway time to sandwich time. Hey, Saul. There are no Milos available anywhere. The batches are they're working their way through the systems. Okay, let's go ahead and get some Loctite on these because we'll have enough time to. We'll have enough working time here. Oh, these are longer. I should have looked at the instructions. Let's look at the instructions because these are longer screws. Let's see. I believe so anyway. It's probably up here because the order is different. All the way up. Oh, and we need to put this on. Yeah. What is the LDO starter kit? It's a little collection of things like 1, 2, 3 blocks and a dial test indicator and a mount for it and some end mills, stuff for a CNC build. So consumables and measuring equipment. I want to put this thing on before we go any further. Hey, the name of 3D. So. But these M3x5s are for the Y. We want M3x10s for the X ones. Okay, if I win, choose someone else. If anybody wins and they're not going to use it, feel free to say in chat that to re-roll when that time comes. Dumb question, what's a 1, 2, 3 block? A 1, 2, 3 block is this guy. So this measures 1 inch by 2 inches by 3 inches. And it is a precision ground, and there are usually threaded and unthreaded holes for mounting it to things and things to it. So, what's the plan today? Make progress on this. Okay, so I need this part here. Jake or Dave, if you're here, are these actually M3s for this spot here? Is that a end stop switch, or is this what mounts right here? I just want to make sure I got it right. This out of the way. Gotta put a few heat sets in that I didn't put in before. You do have to be here for the giveaway. Yep. I require folks to be here, but I do it at the same time every stream at a consistent time. So you have a proper square. I have a proper square now. Okay, that is, oops, gotta heat it up. Grab the heat sets. And I think these are all regular heat sets, short M3s. We did most of the heat sets first stream, but I guess I missed these. This is a part that I remodeled. There were some build plate facing fillets along this channel. I couldn't fix them. I think I talked about this in the first stream. I couldn't fix them, so I just deleted the whole channel and remodeled it. The Prusa slicer, for some reason, seems to think that's a okay bridge. If you set your bridging angle to 45 degrees, this turns out perfect. The first one I printed was perfect. I forgot to change my bridging angle for this one. Nice catch, live stream. See you to go. See you the GPs. Take care. Okay. So we're gonna go with, well, let's find out. Let me see if I can get Fusion 360 up here. I wanna know what actually mounts there. I wanna confirm. Drawing every time at the 3-hour mark plus 3 seconds. Yep. Let me open up. I'll switch screens once this is open. Wondered what bridging angle was. It can be handy, especially when you've got like recessed logos and stuff. If you play with the bridging angle, you can often get a better results on that. And take a second for that to load. How is everyone? My tooth extraction went well, like 0 pain well somehow. The stitches are annoying though. Just got my Trident kit printing, thanks in big part to your build VODs from last year. Awesome. Glad to hear that, the Haggerty. This is still opening and it's probably making the stream a little jittery. It'll probably help with the ERCF buffers. Okay. So I want to know exactly what goes in that little spot. So Arizona Cowboy 1, thanks for the gifted memberships. So we have this piece here. Okay, so that is a cable chain mounting to those two. So I can confirm those are M3s, and then cable chain over here for M3s as well. So that is done. Okay, so with this thing cooling down because it has a really short sleep timer, get these in. Where? Whoa. Oh, yeah. Just got my 2.4 back together after pin mod, Nighthawk panel clip mod, and a few odds and ends. Now tuning belts. Awesome. I'm really looking forward to getting my green V2 up and running. See how this stuff we're doing to it works out. Change the disable the sleep timer on. Oh, I know. The Pinesoul is very customizable. That requires that I remember to spend some time actually setting it up though. I'm using the 1, 2, 3 block as a spacer here so I can get to this a little easier. Deep into a 2.4 gantry rebuild, then need to rebuild tap, and then adding in the fridge door mod. Nice. Okay. Away for now. How do we put that on? So it's that. This goes on here with M3x20s and one M3 washer each. And that mounts to this guy. So let's pull this off of here. Which way does that go? Which side does that go on? If this is, do I have room for this? Was I supposed to install this long ago? Okay, so if this is here, this guy goes back here. Was I supposed to install? Is that supposed to go there? It must be. Okay, I'll have to take these 4 screws out, right? There's no other mounting. Okay, so these 4 screws weren't supposed to be those short ones. So I wonder about longevity. We're using chains with wire inside and splitting chips all over it. Metal in there can be problematic. We'll see. We will see. That's with longer screws. Yeah. So M3x20s, which are going to be in the kit. That's these guys. M3x20. So there's 4 of those. This guy can go back in there. And then I should have some M3 washers. Nuts. T-nuts. Should be 4 M3 washers, right? Not there. Ah, there we are. So, M3 washers. That's what weight covers are for. Are there any, I mean, any little bellows setups, mods, or anything? Never say never, but so far I haven't heard of anyone break a wire in the chain because it chips or at all. We do have much less hours on the mills than a printer, yeah. And the fill on the chains at least is less than on a printer as well. There's a lot more space in there. Hey, Simon. So these 4 didn't need to be there. So put those back. And then we'll need some just on the tip here. That goes in there, through a washer, and through there. These need to be clearanced. 4mm. Where's my clearance those with a reamer. Part goes on the other side. Does it? Goes on the away from the bearing block. Goes on the side away from the bearing block. That would mean it's right like this, right? I think it goes right like that. this is the bearing block in front. Goes to the back. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, the holes here are a little too small to just slide those through. So I'll just take my M3 reamer and run through each of them. There we go. Okay, now one, oop, perfect fit now. Not tightening it down yet. Hey Steve, wish I could stick around for the stream. Have a good one. See you, Josh. You have a good one too. Here. Seems like that it's threading a long ways into those carriages. Hopefully they're 4mm depth on those holes. Hey Teza. Okay. Add your name to the Discord notification. Yes, so in the description is a link to my Discord. In the Discord is a means of opting in to stream notifications. I don't ping here or everyone on my Discord. It's only opt-in notifications. And if you set up for Charlie's Angel streams or the regular stream notifications, I ping those roles when I'm about half an hour from going live usually. Okay, that's still good. That's on there. This can go down here for later. Okay, with that there, is there anything else that should have been on here before I bolt this to the bottom? Quick Trident question, do you recommend anti-backlash lead screw nuts? I do not. I don't recommend anti-backlash nuts for Trident or V0. Hey, Ari. Okay, so that is on there. The rest of this is here. The screws for this, though, were the M3x10s. So let's find the M3x10s. And 3x10. Okay. So now, let's get this out of the way. Here, how many are we going to need? 1 carriage, 2 carriage, 3 carriage, 4. Mega T Blaster, thanks for becoming a member. Okay. That over there, that over there. I'm gonna need this, but I'll put that right there for now. Okay, so this is this way. This is this way. Right? Yeah. That's backwards from what I did last time, but I think this is the way I want to do it. Let's just get a couple of these here just to hold it in place for right now. Okay. Here, these need Loctite still, but it's just holding the thing in place so we can get our bearings. I have anti-backlash note on my V0 as it calls in the manual. That's an area where I don't agree on the manual. I don't think it's needed. Definitely starting to look like an assembly now. Yeah. Okay. Here, just put the X's on top of the thing you just built and the screw should be accessible. Or parallel. Okay. So I think we can make sure that this, do a couple of things here. Think about how we're gonna do this. We got two bits to figure out. Gravity does happen to do its job fairly well. Yep, exactly. I want a 1, 2, 3 block on an end. That's a problem. So here, let's try to articulate what the problem is. Put this in here. The question is, are the screw heads on the carriages under flush or not? I don't know. No. No, they're not. So I would be indexing against the screw heads if I did this. Yeah, I can't get that. I don't want to do that. I want to go against the block. So not that I think this is silly, but don't you have a full CNC machine already? This is just so convenient because it is portable. This should be more capable than my Shapeoko for aluminum, although people get great results out of the Shapeokos on aluminum. What do I want to do here? How does this work? How does this work? Because we hit check something. We hit the screw heads on the carriages instead of the side of this plate. Can I move? Nope, that only goes in that far. So what I can do, and I don't know if this is better or worse, but I can take these out and not use them yet. Use this side to square everything up. Do you have anything to screw to the plate to extend it out beyond the screw holes? There's no other, I would have to dial in anything else. If I do this, then I can reference that, tighten these, and then put the screws in over here. So let's do that. To make this a little easier, I'm hoping, I'm gonna employ my big parallel clamps to hold that 1, 2, 3 block in place. Why not, right? I can put this here and just so I don't have to pay attention to whether that's still tight against the extrusion or not. Handy, right? Now if I push that there and loosen this, I should be able to, that'll wiggle, push that against that. What was the total cost of this machine? The kit is, it depends on your region. So in the US without a spindle, it's been selling for about $1,000. That doesn't include, that's no spindle and no printed parts. So you have about 3 kilograms total worth of filament that you should have for printed parts. Okay, so those two should have locked it in, right? Those two should have locked it into now at least square with the end of the extrusion, which tested square with my square. How much for a good spindle? A few $100s. Right? Is there anything wrong with what I did? Anybody have any concerns? Because now we should be able to just kind of start putting the Loctite on and tightening these. I should have a 220. These will go in here. Where are we at? Yeah, 220 outlets depend on what's going to be required. I had a whole sub panel put in my garage here. I had a 100 amp sub panel put in. That outlet is the main reason I'm not getting one of these. There are 110 volt spindles, and you can definitely get away with, I mean, the default build is a 1.5 kilowatt spindle, but I'm sure a 1.2 would be fine. Yeah. I have the 220 because that's the kits, the configuration that's immediately available, and I have the capability to use it. I do have 220 in here, so. Everything sound fine with how I did this? Given the tools available, would anyone have done it different? Let's see how this, we're going to find out how smooth the to do with the mill that you wouldn't be able to do with your Shapeoko other than the content. Well, I think the little aluminum parts milling is going to be easier on here than on the Shapeoko. What I didn't do is I didn't make sure that all these surfaces were clean. So I'm going to do that real quick. And then the other concern I have is if this isn't parallel, which I don't think it's a big concern, then when I try to square it up, I'm not going to get as smooth as I possibly could. So my Shapeoko has the HD whatever Z. I think I have at least 100 millimeters of travel on mine, but mine's upgraded. I have the 1.2 kilowatt spindle, and can you put input shaper on the mill? And the ball screw Z on mine. Okay, let me clean this real quick because I did not. I'm mostly set up here. You may want to put your lead screw in, see if it's centered. Yeah. And then hopefully there's enough play in the motor mount and bearing block to be able to line things up. But here we're just going to make sure that all these surfaces are the tops of as I rub the Loctite around. Is it possible to build not too loud desktop CNC to use it in a flat without making much of the annoyance of neighbors? It's not the machines themselves that tend to make a lot of noise. It's the act of the cutting action. Okay, let's do that again. Don't want to, oh no, that's fine. Never mind. This can go on here. I'm gonna put our screws here. See rebuilds. There you go. Yep. That should hold it. Grab the ones that already have Loctite on them. Some enclosures designs do a lot to reduce sound. Oh yeah, good call. Enclosures can be a big part of. Hey, zombie, welcome. Can you shove this in a grow tent? Do you want a bigger mill? Routers use the spindles, are very noisy. Oh yeah, absolutely. The trim router that's default on the Shapeoko is super loud. The VFD spindle upgrade was a gigantic quality of life in the noise department, if nothing else. Okay, so all of those just kind of put in there. We should still be able to wiggle it. References at the end. Push that there. And then we can snug these up, but not final tighten. How long till giveaway? An hour and a half. Okay, so that is against the plate. That is there, so now we can put these back in. Right here. And get this. Spindles also have less run out. Just watch a rat rig video where they showcase their new scene. Yeah, very similar. There is an announcement on the Milo, the Millennium Machines Discord about that. So, very well done announcement, I think. Hey Tracy, haven't seen you in a while. Welcome. Thanks for being a member. How are things? Everything that brings milling to the average guy in their garage is a good step forwards to it. Yes. Expectations, realistic expectations of capabilities. I think that's a message that's been communicated pretty well on this project. You did not miss the giveaway. We're an hour and a half away and 95 likes away. And 2 more. "90 minutes and 87 likes away." Okay. Now, should be able to go around and tighten these up. Yeah, the cam is, I mean, that's a whole other thing there, Zombie. I agree. I'm planning on using Fusion 360 for it. Okay, that should all be tightened. So let's see how this thing, how it moves. We can get this off of here. Oh. That's pretty good. Now this is not actually tightened yet. All of these are still loose. Did I put Loctite in them? Yes, okay. So they're at least Loctited. So we are going to loosen these because they are this over here. All of them are loose except for the end. Okay. And then make sure we don't end up with a rail off the end. So we're gonna move this all the way down, tighten that one, and that one, all the way down here, that one, and that one. It should be able to. Yep. We're good. What's your take on ERCF? Do you have one yet? I built an ERCF. I haven't built the ERCF V2. At some point, I'll probably build it just for the build. Okay, is this pretty much conclude? Let me put the, yeah, this pretty much concludes that part of the ray guide. So we'll go back to here and see where we left off. So y-axis assembly, I think, is pretty much done. So that's on. We did this before. Put all the bearings in. Rails are done. And then can we put the motor in at this point? I think so. So we're going to get a coupler and the motor. This. So why move the piece instead of the spindle? All CNC machines seem to move the bed. Isn't that slower and worse? It's the rigidity of the cutting tool, I think, is your goal there. Okay, we have a coupler and a motor. Coupler and a motor. A long time ago, you were going over how to do heat inserts. You said you have a temp set at 300, and I said use 500. I recalled that, and I use like 450 Fahrenheit on my Weller, and I've been using like 220 C on my Pinsel. Found my soldering iron was set to Fahrenheit, which would explain my issue. Okay, so we are going to put the coupler and the lead screw, and remember to apply medium straight thread lock to the coupler grub screws. There's nothing worse than trying to diagnose the stationary axis and noticing that your motor is spinning, but nothing else. What's the first project you will make with the mill? Besides little test cuts, I'm hoping to cut all the parts for the Tic Tac build on here. Search for Tic Tac on printables. Okay, so from the back of the y-axis assembly, insert the screw and motor assembly. Be sure to thread it through the y-axis backslash nut. Do not insert it through the bearing block yet. Before pushing the lead screw through the bearing block, add a locking collar. Okay, so let's do this. Where did I put? There they are. Building a tic-tac-toe. Awesome. Yeah. Heart of iron. Yeah, that would be a good one for this. Besides things for this, because there are like the printed parts that hold the Breakfast Club plate on here. Continental breakfast, whatever. On here are the Dave here has some machined parts that can be used there. That kind of thing would be good to practice on. Hey, Mike. Tic Tac is a printer. It's a printer. Okay. So this is going to go on here. Then we're going to, these aren't grub screws, but they still need Loctite. Where did the nut screwdriver go? So these are the clamping style, which I prefer, instead of the grub screw into the lead screw style. Hey, Bob. Oh, and was that actually? Oh, it is 2.5. Okay. There's a big old head on that screw. That's nice. Teaches milling two sides of the same part. Stock is small, and the aluminum doesn't cost a lot when it goes wrong. Yep. Oh, it's an M4. Of course it is. Daniel, thank you. Tic Tac Fund. Is that going to be our build, Daniel? going to be our build, right? Okay, so then I think I can just crank that down. And then it's going to go on here. The same thing. Well, with the current Phoenix bomb, is the Milo machine space large enough to machine all the parts needed? Yes. With a big asterisk, I don't know. I'll gladly build a Tic Tac with you. There we go. Any word on Phoenix timeline? No, not yet. Is there a Bean Boozled fund? Okay, so this is on here, and then this is going to go into there, but I also want to put some grease on the end of the lead screw here so it gets on the lead screw nuts. We don't need another V0 build. It's not. Daniel has CNC parts. Daniel has CNC capability. I will make them if we need to, but we may not need to. What am I going to use? I guess EP2 is probably just fine. I don't know if this will be fine. I'm just going to put a little bit on the end here and try to get it into the... Well, and I probably should have put it a little further down because that's going to stick out the end and I'm going to have to clean it off anyway. Probably run them on the Nomad. There you go. I didn't know you had a Nomad. Dancing Max said Phoenix soon. Let me see if these capture nuts are okay or not. Okay, so then this will go, yeah, right? We're pushing the lead screw through the bearing block, add a locking collar. Yep. So we're going to go down here. Don't want that to just hang. I'm going to figure out what is the... Okay, locking collars. Locking collars. Where did I put those? It's those and these. Okay, so the kit comes with these, and we talked about this last stream a little bit. Kit comes with these. I'm not a fan because they use grub screws that drive into the side of the lead screw. And in order to be effective, you have to drive them in hard enough to damage the threads here. On something that needs to come back through that brass lead screw nut, you can damage the lead screw or the lead screw nut. You have to clean up the threads here of that. So I purchased instead, and LDO has taken the feedback, and I think they're going to try to replace with this other style. But I purchased off of Amazon this style that is similar to the coupler here that just clamps on. There's no areas in here where the size difference is going to make a difference. So this is what we're going to use. Bob, thank you. The co-build or even streams with co-hosts are super fun. Yes, super fun. So we're going to put this on here. We're going to put a little bit of Loctite on it first. Split coupler is best. To that end, there's another mod I'm making to the build that I'll show off in a bit. I don't know if we'll get there today, but the one area where I'm not going to be able to avoid it is the Z pulley. So that's going to be, but that's on one side. You won't have to run those through a lead screw nut. I'm working on the CAD for an IDEX all-wheel drive Core XY machine. Fun. So, okay. So then we get this, slide this on here, and we will tighten that down in a bit. But the rest of this can thread in a little further. Should line up right with the Donk. Just make sure we have enough in there. Keep this, okay, there we go. Little spacer so that's not hanging on the lead screw. Hey, Jaeger. Add a locking collar to the inside bearing. Leave this loose for now. Fasten the NEMA 23 with M5x30 socket heads. Hey, Poity. Welcome. M5x30 socket heads. There we are. Just tore apart my under 7 to make into a threaded insert press. Fun. Okay, so then this guy. Let's see here. Okay, so those do go through there, and they thread in, so. There we go. Now it's supported. Which way does that connector go? That's the bigger question. Which way does the connector go? Does it tell us? Which way should the connector go? Is it in the CAD? Should it go down? That's the only indicator there. Should it go down? There are also soft tip set screws that won't destroy the threads they're screwed against, just in case there's no other solution. Like a brass tip. Not down. Not down? Does it say here? To avoid the Y-axis end stop getting damaged during the rest of the assembly, it's a good idea to install it with the rest of the wiring. Yes, brass, silver, nylon, yeah. Cable inlet to table is just to the side. What does that mean? Should I go this? It's right here right now. Is that where it should be? Or should I rotate it? Yep. Okay. I'm going to assume that was yep to where it's okay where it's at. It is correct. Awesome. So I'm not tightening this down yet. I want to, it's going to be a pain. I want to run this closer to this side. So we try to keep the lead screw straight. So we'll put all of these in. there's a little, is there any? Not a lot. It might not even be worth it. Yeah, this won't take long. We'll just do it. Any thoughts to material hold down options yet? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I bought the Inception Machines low profile vise. I have it. Okay, that's as close as we'll get. Get that, just let that kind of settle into place. And I think we can tighten this up. Okay. With that in place, I think this could be tightened. But let's see what it says. On the operator side collar, using your fingers, press the locking collar towards each other, driving them into the face of each bearing with moderate to high pressure. Okay, so we need 2 of these. Second one. What time is it? We are at 430 people and 236 likes and an hour and 7 minutes till giveaway time. Okay, so then that goes on there and that goes on there. We want to push these together. Jason, welcome. No play there. That's the goal. No play. Welcome, Jason. Let's say hi, Jason. Go. Woohoo. Okay. Move smooth. To avoid the Y-axis end stop getting damaged during the rest of the assembly, it's a good idea to install it later with the rest of the wiring. Okay, so we're not going to do that yet. Jason, thank you. It's a super chat. Y-axis drag chain goes back here. So we're going to insert, did I do these already? Find the printed parts. I did not. How did I not do that? I didn't do that. Gotta get rid of the... There we go. All clean. Arizona Cowboy 1. Thanks for more gifted memberships. Appreciate it. Okay, so this guy is going back here towards the back of the printer, I'm guessing, with an M3. Oh, we got to put heat sets in. My mouth is so dry lately. Are the bigger collars rubbing against the outside of the bearings? No, there are, I don't think so. Doesn't look like it. There's a chamfer on the edges. These are not as large diameter. I think these are 20 millimeters. There's some that are 25. I think these were 20 millimeter. Yeah, 20 millimeter outer diameter. You got to be careful because some of these are 25. Daniel, thanks for being a member. Okay, let's get that heating and 3 heat sets into here. You win a new mill to make parts for your new mill. This build is fully bootstrappable. So if you're self-sourcing, you can print all the parts and make the parts to make it better. You can always get them in 18, 20, 25, 28, and 30. I didn't see any 18s. I went for as small of outer diameter as I could find. These are hard to find, yeah. I went for as smaller outer diameter and as thin. I think these are 8 millimeters and you can get them in 10 and probably thicker as well. But these were the smallest ones that were readily available. Jose, 17 months, thank you. So this is gonna go here, and there is a M5 by 12. 4, 5 by 10, 5 by 12. And then a M5 T-nut. And that goes into the lower channel. I don't know exactly where on there, but we can adjust that later. Fasten one end of the link of the drag chain to the y-axis, mount. Drag change orientation. Drag chains have 2 different sides, a fixed side and a free side. For this setup, the free side is connected to the rear drag chain mount shown in the last image. The fixed side attaches itself under the XY, which is bolted to the back of the XY gantry plate. Okay, so we're gonna grab a cable chain. Are all of these the same length? There's 3 of them here. Nope. They are all a little different. So which one is this? Yep, they are different. So guessing Z and probably X and Y, I'm guessing. I can adjust them. You're right. The end is all that matters right now. This is definitely the case with these somewhat generic cable chain ends, that there's usually a fixed end and a floppy end, but not always. So, but we got the floppy end on this side. Let's go get this out of the way a little bit. Yep. Where are the flatheads? They are set lengths. I took a few from the Y and added to X. Yeah. Then, oh shoot, I almost let that go. That would have been a bad thing. And the other end, so this is going to go like this. So it's going to go right there. That would have been entertaining if I had let that go. Okay, so those are on. It's a good time to mention the little cutouts you may have noticed scattered around the builder for your zip ties. Yep. It's not like it's a glass door. It would have been painful still. Cable chain installation point. You may wish to install the rest of the cable chain now to complete the Y-axis, but it is often easier to thread your Y-axis motoring through the loose chain before installing it, so I will wait. Okay, next chapter, X-axis. Let's put these back in here onto the X-axis. So we did all that. Insert a 608. So we're going to grab the end here. This is the non-motor mount end. Then a 608 bearing on either side. The flange bearings must sit flush inside the bearing block on both sides. And then we did this. Okay, so we have this piece, which I'm going to do just a little tiny bit of over extrusion cleanup. Not that it matters, because this is there's nothing that's up against this face, but still. So that's there, and I did that right over the printer. Why did I do that? And bearings. Here's the center bearing. I'm going to start streaming this old Steve show. What is that? This is not a printer. Yes. Okay, so one of these goes in here. After I drop it on the floor. Why is that so? There we go. Perfect. Perfect fit. Yeah, see, that went right in. So I had something else going on there. There we go. I must have just put it in a little cockeyed. A little bit of... a bit of white. There we go. Hey, Science Sniper. Oh, just showing the hands. Then there is the other side of the motor mount. I had brought that out before, right? Where did I put it? Oh, it's right here. I'm not super happy with how flush those are. So I don't know if I try pushing those in a little further. This is different. So LDO adds a little support for the cable chain here. But I flipped the heat sets after seeing some other builds from this side to this side. So when the motor's bolted to it, they're pulling through instead of out. Move TV so I can eat my pizza while you build. Awesome. I want some pizza. Are you worried about the lead screw brass nuts wearing out easily? No, but long term longevity or whatever, it'll be interesting to see. But the testers seem to, or the Dave and the team don't seem to think it's a problem. What do I want to do here? I want to push those in a little further, I think. And then, actually, I can probably do this and see. Yeah, I want to go a little further in with those. So let me grab my M5 and I'll just use on my Weller here. Cold meat lovers, it's all yours. Let's turn the temperature up a little bit because it's an M5. It will eventually, if they are a low cost part to replace. Makes sense. These do sit up against the end of the extrusion, so I want to make sure that this is a completely flush side. And since it's pulling through, if these are a little under flush of the part, it'll probably be a good thing. So that is heated. So now I'm just gonna go in here and just kind of let that heat up and push in just a little bit further. Then I'll use my file to flatten the side. Get some of the plastic to just push down. That's better. You tried Delish pizza? I have not. Is that where are they? We got 268 likes, 429 people, 50 minutes till giveaway time. They're a consumable item they wear so the screw doesn't wear. Here's what the change interval will be. all over Secto. There's one near you. Really? From the same one? I've never heard of them. Be proud of me. I bought a pair of those Knipex pliers for pressing and captured nuts. Nice. They're definitely a no regrets tool purchase. Wow, I'm not heating it enough or something. That one's flush. And I'm doing this right over the thing again. Keep forgetting. Okay, the other ones of these are not flush. I'm going to turn my iron up a little more so this doesn't take as long. Keep doing this. I'm trying to get it on camera, but I'm doing it over the build. You're over 6 months of running the mill weekly? Nice. Hey, Josh. Welcome. Okay, let's try this again. This one was fine. These other three need to go in a little more. Turn the iron up a little more so maybe I can get a... There we go. I think that helped. Move the build and do that on the 1, 2, 3 block. Yeah. There. Probably what's getting me is I should have modeled these holes for the heat set a little deeper. I should have modeled these holes a little deeper. I think I'm pushing against the back of the modeled in hole for these. Try this one a little more. Hey Ken, thanks for being a member. All right, now I'm gonna come over here and see if I'm flushed. There we go. Just getting the... That's good. That's good. Now nice and flush. That off. Okay. And I had not, oh, there's one spot. So those spots should be the smaller heat sets, because this is for the a switch probably, right? End stop switch goes here, and this is probably modeled too large for the heat sets that are in the kit, in my version of the kit. I'm told that they increased them. Yeah, see. Those are not the right size for that. So I have the CNC kitchen version, which is a little bigger. Where are they? 2.5s and 2.5. So if we go here, now we've got these heat sets to put in. Insert the M2.5, M3, and M5. So these are 2.5s, 3 M3s, and then those M5s that I was just fighting. So let's get the... console is USB-C corded, 65 watt, about the same as Hecko. Yeah. Let's do these M3s. Actually, let's do... Oh, that was still plugged in. Okay, we'll do the M3s. One, two, three. Ooh, not a lot of room. That's okay. Why isn't that? There we go. Appreciate not using self-threaded in those holes. I strip the heads all the time. Okay, so that's the M3s. One, two, three blocks are versatile. That, where's the 2.5? So I have the CNC kitchen ones I ordered from KB3D, and along with some other stuff I needed. I got new Gates pulleys for the green V2. So fresh pulleys for that build. Well, these, and that is probably for the broom to find. Brass insert overboard. These won't work with this one, will it? See if I can make it work. Or is this cool enough? That's cool enough. Okay, I'll use that one. Hey, Bear Cool. This. That heat up. One. Two blocks are extremely handy devices that can be used in multiple ways. And before I knew that this kit was going to come with an extra set of 1, 2, 3 blocks, I'd ordered another. So now I have 3 sets of 1, 2, 3 blocks. Okay, so these are the CNC kitchen version. Nicely. Got my Milo serial, lots to learn about speeds and feeds. Awesome. So what are the requirements for a serial? Anybody, David, are you still here? What does it take to get a Milo serial? And what serial number are you on? How many serialized Milos are out there? Okay, so now that's done. Put that over there, turn that off. Let's change my cam location. Video of running CNC. But are there any other requirements? The blocks aren't expensive, about $20 for a pair, depending on where. Fasten the X motor mount to the C-beam using M5x12s. And then we get to add some other extrusions. Okay, so let's turn this over again. Just video of the Milo cutting. There are 25 right now. Nice. Just print a 1, 2, 3 block. Okay, let's try this. And here we go. What a messy bench. This is a little ridiculous. Like that. And then the motor side is over here, right? Yeah. So let's turn this around. And that goes right there. So M5 by 12. Let's see these guys. See nothing yet. Wait till it spins up. Let's see if I need to clear out any of these holes. So I'm just going to do by hand. Yeah. So just the hand reamer. Never seen my desk. I may need to drill these out a little more, depending on how extrusions and stuff are lining up. That's the last one. Okay, so these two, so right through the middle here. And these go into the top, or they must go into the bottom. There. Leave that loose. Squeak is making it past the noise cancellation. I was wondering. Okay, so that's those two. And then it says to the 500 C-beam, X-axis table, fasten the X-axis motor mount to the 2040 extrusions. And then we get to do all these underside ones. Can we get to all of these with everything assembled? Hey, Takuya. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Okay, I have some 2040s to grab. I think that's those two. Yep. Can we get to all of the fasteners we need to? I hope so. Yeah, but I put them on first. Yes, I can. Okay, good. And then there's two M3 or M5 by 12s that go there. So let's make sure that these surfaces that are gonna touch each other, just in case. You trade one fiddly section for another. This place for my photo. Could be. These are going to need probably need some alignment, loosening and retightening once things are in place, I think. But we'll get everything in place first. There we go. And then same thing, make sure there's nothing. I can feel something right there, so I'm going to try this side. Yep. Okay, that's going to go that way. Turn it upside down and use the table as a guide. This isn't flush though. I mean, I could turn it on this side. I guess you're right. I can do that. But it'll all have to be done here in a second. We have to turn it upside down to get all these angle brackets on anyway, so I guess we'll do that now. If you have a flat plate, you can put under it upside down. That is best. Yep. Let's set this. Where can I set this for now? I'm going to set it over here. Okay. You could use fixated. You could. Made the stream. How's the build going? It's going okay. That might be too big. This will get me going, get me started. I can put this on here, hanging over the edge, right? Make sure to pay attention to the two lengths of fasteners, M5x8 and M5x12. Okay. There we go. That's settled into place. Yeah. Loosen these a little bit too. Okay. Went to the place that I bought this thing from, the slab from. They have a nice dark gray that's just a plain solid dark gray that I have to wait for them to get a remnant of, but I think I'm going to target one of those because this really messes with the cameras. Okay, so this moves. Oh yeah, we can get to all those. Okay. We've got a bunch of these. And there is a middle one, I think, and then two side ones. And then I've got M5 stuff to put in there, I know. Just getting stuff in place. This one goes over here. And this one goes in the middle here. Then got a bunch of Little bits of cleanup I want to do. Little bits of that, and then find out if these need some cleanup, and they will. So do some quick cleanup while we chat. That one's fine. That's fine. Okay. That's good. $281. We have 29 minutes till giveaway time. Link is in the description because there's two things. Polymaker filament, the usual Polymaker filament, and the CNC starter kit, starter set. Is there a chance, someone mentioned that you could hear the squeak. Is there a chance that I had left the noise canceling off? Filters. Nope, filters are on. Okay. Let's maybe size all 6 of those parts the same and only print 6 of the same part. I wonder what what is the reasoning behind the different sizes? Was there an adjustment in the overall size of the device at some point, or? No, otherwise we'd hear your heating air. Oh, I don't have anything turned on right now. Honestly, can't remember. I feel like it's a legacy thing. Yeah. That kind of stuff turns up a lot. That kind of stuff turns up a lot. Will the Milo have enough power to mill metal teeth for a filament shredder? No. No, you're talking about steel there, like steel that you're then going to need to heat treat. Harden. I would not expect it to do that. Working on the car on Tuesday? No, the green V2 is the Tuesday series. We will be working on the car this Saturday though, on the Charlie's Angels stream. That's the plan, is Saturday the 2nd. Okay, all of these are in, everything is good. So I think it's just a matter of putting a bunch of T-nuts in here. So they go, all right. So basically there, and there, there, and there. And then the same spot in here. You have a matching hex tray for each project. I tend to print them when I remember. That's why I end up with so many. And that's why I'll end up giving away some at Rocky Mountain Rep Festival. I tried to give a bunch away at Smurf, but I don't think my messaging was adequate. Okay, so this is M5 by 12s this way, M5 by 8s that way, right? And then M5 by 8s that way. It should be over here. Yeah. Forget the Loctite. These are clamping plastic. They're not likely to come loose. What do you think? I feel like it might not be needed on these, but why did that not go through? That's just spinning. Why is that? That one tightened. And that one tightened. I generally do, well, you're not likely to get Loctite on the ABS if you're careful here, but I generally do metal to metal, and these aren't really metal to metal. They shouldn't vibrate loose. The plastic, the flex in the plastic should be enough to keep that from happening, but I could be wrong. Check the nut is the right side. Yeah, that's what I'm checking right now. Oh yeah, there's something going on with this nut. Where's my tweezers? This is not. Those are not the same. Double check each one of this phase. Yeah. Yeah, that's, are these by chance M6s? Let's see, I've got some M6s over here, I think. M6. No, they're not M6s. They're just, I think what's going on is they are, if you see the chamfer on the entrance to the hole there is very different on some of these, and it's enough for those M5x8s to not catch, which means these should probably be M5x10s. If that's enough for it not to catch, these should probably be M5x10s going into the bottom and 12s going into the side. So I know what to look for now. So I guess I'll just get in here. A couple of the T-nuts were deformed. Put that all the way to the end there. There we go. Pull the 10s bottom out before clamping plastic. They shouldn't. If they're barely catching on that big chamfer in those T-nuts, then 2 more millimeters isn't going to bottom out on the thing. I'd want to check, but M5x12s bottom out. Yeah, I would expect that. Okay. We are, everybody has spoken. We'll put a little bit of Loctite on these. Need M5 by 9.23. Those go. Not being tightened yet. let's check here. We can check by putting this here, put that there, and when we just drop a M8 on here, there's about 1 millimeter of threads it's hitting. So that really should be a 10. One way or another, that should be a 10. So I'd make a note of that. I built my old OpenBuilds lead machine. I had that problem sometimes with brackets being different thicknesses. Yeah, probably easier to drop the plastic counterbore depth, but this, if you've still got enough plastic there, for sure, David, for if you can change a printed part versus the BOM, yeah. I would do the printed part. Yeah. Give me an excuse to reprint them. I'm not really happy with the quality on these prints. So I was having weird problems with my blue V2, which has been super reliable. I had taken it apart to check something in the tap, the printed tap setup, and I didn't really correlate me doing that to some problems I was having. But it started getting really inconsistent Z layers at that point, and finally got it apart and was investigating further, and it turns out that one of the ball bearings in the MGN9 in tap had popped out as I was installing it. Probably was sitting on top of the carriage and apparently getting in the way occasionally. Hey, Hybrid Robotics. Yeah, I was just sitting there. Yeah, it never... There's one little lonely ball bearing. Ditch. There's a whole section of these that are chamfered wrong. Okay, this guy goes here, which means shrink, shrink, shrink. There. There we go. We are 4 away. What do we got? 15 minutes till giveaway time? Only 4 away. 15 minutes to hit 350? We can hit 350 in 15 minutes, right? 350 likes in 15 minutes. 2 layers of that, I just start them loose and slide back and forth until the hole shows up. I just ordered 400 T-nuts and M5x8 from Ziltech. They don't come chamfered like that. Well, it sounds like a revision to the printed parts is in order. So that would solve that issue. Okay. Say Steve Built made me do it. I do. Yeah. 2 nuts played happily for me. When are we going to get some merch options? And I get caught up when I can spare some brain cycles to figure something out. It would be nice. I agree. I got 315. We're making a good go at it. Milo needs a disclaimer about repetitive strain injuries. Well, we haven't even gotten to those Z plates. That's gonna be okay. Am I good to just hold this down? Is all this good? Just kind of. I'll redo this if I have to, but. Consider training for moving the thing around once built. I gotta figure out where it's gonna sit. I don't really have a spot right now. The screw. Okay, all of this is good, so. Glad your FMJ plates are aluminum. Mine are stainless steel. Yeah. Okay, now this should go here. We can get those in. Almost done. Well, yeah, we'll finish this before. We'll finish this part before giveaway time. Hey, Daniel. Mine are still too. I kind of want to try a double thickness set. Just burn the money. Yep. Okay. Oh, is these? Yeah, these get spaced out. So they're not actually flush to the end. So I can move this one. I'll just move the middle one once it's done. Put this one on flush. Something like that. Lock tight. It's always curious why ball T-nuts and not slide nuts slides seem to be stronger. In this application, it would be the spring nuts are nice that they hold in place, but the slide ones would be just fine to install. I need to find some projects I have pi 5, 4, 3. I don't know what I haven't figured out what I want to do with my pi 5s yet. Okay, so that's going to go there. Just put that right there. And then I'll adjust the middle one to be centered for the gap. Actually, I'm going to see that for a second. Is there any good application? Would it be good for like something on the network, or is there an advantage to it in some application? I think there are still software-based issues around cameras and stuff when used for a 3D printer. I'm not 100% familiar with the issue. Okay, let's make sure we got this. There, there. Use my pi 5 as a touch DRO. Really? Number of people are using 4s, CM4s and 5s for Linux CNC. You see, at this point then, we need to make them useful for 3D printing by putting slicing engines on them. Do your full slicing right on the printer. I have a bunch of Picos as well, so maybe some smart home stuff. Unless you're a bit mad. just use a Raspberry Pi 3 with Octoprint. What do we got? 4 more minutes, and we are at 329. We got 21 more likes in 4 minutes. Five, 1 home assistant, 1 less like needed. So hopefully all of this is still nice and flush on the other side. I can always go through and redo everything if we need to. Done it a few times now, right? Okay. There's the mouse. Then double check the length. Slide the table onto the carriages. We already did that. Then we get to get the X-axis motor and lead screw done. What brand of Loctite is that? Seems easier to use than regular. It's Loctite stick. Item number 37643. I mean, after seeing Nero do the just dip the end in a little puddle of Loctite, I'm not sure if that's quicker. I wouldn't mind trying that. Hey, welcome, Jake. Thanks for being here. Okay. The next part is the stepper motor and coupler. And so another stepper and lead screw and a coupler. Don't know why I went all caps there. Okay. Do you think the liquid Loctite dip is, yeah, I'm thinking so too. This is kind of a pain, and it could be that this is like at least 10 years old. I don't know what a fresh stick of that is like. I've had that for a very long time. But it does get a little, I don't know if the consistency would change, but when I grab it here, I have to make sure I don't grab too much. Dip and don't apply the liquid stuff. Makes way more sense. Okay, so that goes there. And then we're gonna put the lead screw on one side. Swear by the sticks, won't go back to the liquid. And that side. There we go. Now these would come apart, right? Yeah, not going to. Put that back together. There we are. Okay, so that goes there. What do we got? It is time. It is giveaway time. So let me set this down so I'm not staring at it. I'm staring past it. If I was doing individual fasteners with Loctite, I like the stick, but I'd like to try if I'm doing a big batch of them. The little puddle of it might not be a bad idea. Okay, we are going to give away a roll of Polymaker filament. We are going to give away that roll As soon as I get organized here. And we did hit 350 likes. Good job. We're at 500 people, so let's keep those going. No more lost screws that way. Yeah, maybe. Just in time. Perfect. Puddle is the way I do it. Nice. Okay, I need water. Like I said, I think if I was doing individuals, I like the stick, but I might try it when I do a batch of them with a puddle. Let's see. We are doing Polymaker Filament giveaway. So Polymaker Filament, they, Nick and team are kind enough to let us give away one roll of filament every stream. I wish. I will close. You must be here to win. And I'm going to close the entries when I haven't had a new entry in 3 seconds. So we got 3 just to start the timer. I've got both blue and purple. We used to use a small square of spongy foam. Yeah, so if you're in the US or Canada, you get a coupon to the US or Canada store. If you're outside, then you get a form that has a long list of filament you can choose from. So we haven't had a new entry in this whole time that I've been talking. And I started the timer, so 3, 2, 1.5. There's one. There we go. We gotta have at least one. So 3, 2, 3, 2, 1, half, quarter, done. Okay, so the CNC starter kit is going to stay up there for a little bit. Let me export this. You still have a chance. There's an open cell foam as a Loctite applicator. It's interesting. So Andres got the first one for the Polymaker giveaway. And who got the last one? Scroll. Dominic. Let's copy that and paste it over here. Oh, only 1 minute and 3 seconds, not bad. Hey Dave. You're here, awesome. Why is that taking so long to, oh, there we are. Awesome, okay. So let's just do a number between 1 and 10. Let's just do a number between 1 and 10. Hello, YouTube, I was here. 1 and 10. 1 and 10. I see very few ones. Shuffle, spin. You must be here. Say something in chat if your name is drawn. We will give you 2 minutes to say something. Who do we have? Elmis03. Congratulations. It's a spool of Polymaker filament. You have 2 minutes from when I actually set the timer. Elmis03. Elmis 003. Secret Agent 003. Are you here? Elmis. I need to zoom in another step. I've been squinting at the screen. Elmis, are you here? Can I say something if my name wasn't drawn? You can say whatever you want. You're here. Awesome. Congratulations, Elmis. You will get an email from me. I am caught up. You are here. Let me make sure everything's in order. Everything is in order. There you are. Awesome. Congrats. So now we're going to give away the, delete that, the LDO CNC starter kit. So this is, I'm going to start the timer, 3, but this is basically what this is. So if for some reason that you entered and you don't really want it, then feel free to say, hey, re-roll or whatever. But this is CNC starter kit. It has that dial test indicator. See this, I haven't been using this one It is metric. That question came up before. Dial test indicator, some 1, 2, 3 blocks. This guy, the test indicator mount, and a selection of collets and shims and end mills all in here. So it does not come with the mill. So LDO will be selling these separate, and for the winner of this, you can expect it to ship at the end of March. So they're not immediate shipping, but Jason is collecting names and will ship them at the end of March. It is a neat little set of tools and bits. Yeah, it could be useful for others as well. So it's just that little CNC starter set. It's not a kit, it's the set. So I'm going to close the entries when we haven't had a new one in 3 seconds. I started the timer a minute ago, but I didn't keep track, so I'm assuming we got someone. So we'll start again with 3. Millennium Machines wants to give me one of the mill kits. I wouldn't be upset at all. There's one. So 3. Need 2. Oh, there. 3. 2. 1.5. Half. Oh, I skipped 1. Half. We're at a nice even number. I guess we're done. Good job. We're at a nice even 450. Okay, let's create that list. That's okay. I didn't have anything on screen that anybody would care about. Andres, you were the first one. Who got the last one in? Belgian Aussie. Belgian, yeah. Okay, Control V, paste this in. Oh, it is already February 25th. We got a leap year. So let's go a number between 2 and 25. 2 and 25. Two and 25. Let's see. Let's go 21. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. And spin. Oh. What are we at? Who is the winner of the CNC starter set? Gerald Johnson. Gerald Johnson, congratulations. Are you here? Gerald Johnson. Something. Gerald Johnson. Are you here? There you are. Congratulations. I see you. You will get an email from Jason. Now, it's a chance that you won't get this email until closer when it ships. Jason sometimes contacts people right away. Sometimes he waits until it's closer to shipping. But your name will get handed over to Jason, and he will be contacting you. So, Rushmere, thanks for being a member for 12 months. Let me make sure everything looks good here. There we are. Awesome. Congratulations. Charlie's Angel stream is on my birthday. Is that the second, Phil? Is that the second? Awesome. Okay, let me close this out. Delete that. And the pin. And no new Polymaker club members. Nope. Unpin. And let me go into the system and delete the links from the description because I always forget that. Derek, thanks for the gifted memberships. Reminds me I need to reschedule my appointment on the 29th. So Phil, I'll be happy to be the highlight of your birthday day, coming and hanging out while we build an RC car. Okay, let's see, where were we? I'm gonna go over here and over here. Let's see what's next. And I'll sing happy birthday to Phil Morris on the Charlie's Angels stream. Yep. Thanks again to Polymaker and LDO for the giveaways. Let's move on here. So remember to use a medium strength Loctite. We did that. And then we're going to insert this through the end, threading it through that. So before we go too far on this, I think I will just skip the slot covers inside there. And when you get this finished, you need to go to the grocery store and get a can of Nestle Milo to have in the background. Okay, these are M5x20s. M5x20 for the motor mounts. And will M5x20 reach? Because I changed those. So let's find out. We go here. Will M5x20, oh yeah, M5x20 threads in plenty. Time for me to sleep. Good night, game. CA stream, then park run, then unwrap gifts from toddler, day sorted. Awesome. So what is a park run? Is that a jog or? Admiral Adama, is that you good night or someone else good night? If it's you, good night. Let's see. We need to run this through the end, but before I do that, I'm going to put some, and I'm going to do it further down the thing this time. Just try to give a little, just a little bit. Teza, thanks for being a member. Nearly 2 years and still haven't won a spool. I'll stick around. Your chances don't change, but it's seen. Thanks for becoming a member. You're a runner, you don't know about park run? No, I mean, I just wasn't sure about terminology and regions and whatever. Okay, so this is gonna go through here and thread into the, so I'm turning this into the, let's see if that keeps going. Did that go all the way through? Yep, cool. Are those lead screws just threaded rod or are they Acme? They're Acme. They are an actual lead screw. I'm assuming we're gonna point the connector on this stepper towards the cable chain. Matt Lamb, thanks for being a member. So I'm going to go through here and then push the rest of the way here. There we go. Okay, just notice how fast it was going in, so it's got a decent pitch. Yeah, it's, well, they're M3, they're 8mm pitch, so. The closer this is to this end, the better it's going to be lined up, I think. I've won 2 spools off of Nero streams. Nice. Yeah, they're 4-start. Yep. Just run this all the way to the end. Nice. There we go. And that should get us pretty lined up, I think. Oh, I was saying it's someone else. Okay. And 2 spools off Joel's streams. Nice. Oh, yeah, good call. Yep, thank you. I forgot the Loctite. Steve is anti-Loctite today. This is, I mean, it's anti-memory. Typical. For the price of the kit, it totally seems worth it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to using it, so no idea. Just poured the Loctite in the fastener bags. You do want to make sure that you keep this away from the ABS. It's gonna get trace contact with the sides of these holes. There we go. Oh. Install the locking collar onto the lead screw, leave it loose. Locking collar. We'll need 2 of these. What's that? That's a long ways to go for a run. Where are you going? Where? Perth? Where? There we are. Get the locking collars ready. Should I reprint a part if that happens with the Loctite? If there's incidental contact, I wouldn't worry about it. If it's not incidental, then I'd keep an eye on it. Okay. So I left that one loose. Fasten the Y-axis bearing block to the table assembly. So loosely install a locking collar on the outside of the bearing block. Okay. What do we want to do here about spacing? I do have, I mean, all that's bolted into place. So can I just put this guy on the bottom and just use that as a spacer? Fixture board. Probably should unwrap it. Set this back down. I know it was suggested that I use this as the spacer before. There's the end. That ought to work, right? Is that an aluminum plate or steel? It's aluminum. Aluminium. So that goes there, and then we have this guy that will go over here. But is this all cleared out? Did I do that already? No, I did not. That's probably getting through the noise filter. So let's see if we can either amp up the pitch, or maybe it can go away if it's faster. There we go. Ooh. I don't know how loud that was, but hopefully it wasn't too bad. Oh, where are things? Okay. Not bad? Okay. And these are a bunch of M5x12 again. M5x12 for you, for you, for you. You did not puller TED the drawing. Made my dog go ballistic, really? That's gonna go there. It is about the reamer that can outwit the noise cancellation. It must just be that exact pitch. And I think it's just all of these. So. Have you used a beacon style probe? I have not. Steel plate may be a little heavy for the motion system. Well, and this is supposed to be, I mean, this is a, it is your spoil board, basically. Okay, so I think there's not much you can do about the spacing there unless I've made the holes in this mount bigger. We'll see how it turns out. Okay. And the locking collar preload. Use fingers, press them towards each other. Tighten the inner collar first before tightening the external side. I didn't do that on the last one. I did the outside one first on the last one. Where's the other collar? So, no, that's not gonna work, so we'll do this. Putting it on the same way, which is actually different from the last one. It's okay. Let's hold that. Tighten that one. Press this one in place. Actually drive it. No, there we go. Ah. Okay. That is interesting that I can drive it. It's nice. drag chain ends. So we're gonna grab another set of these. Which one do we have here? The fixed side is connected to the XY drag chain transition. So the fixed end is attached over here. So we got this guy right here. Did you Loctite those grubs? Yes, I did. I did. I absolutely did. I did it before I prepped them. You weren't paying attention. You're trying to call me out and you're not paying attention. No motors attached, not a printer, and yet I flinch when I see the force applied to the movement out of habit. Where are you? There you are. Are you going to CNC first? What's the plan? I will probably pick one of the starter projects, like the little pieces that hold the breakfast platter on. And then we'll go from there. There we go. This one is going to go like that. So far, my only regret is there will be nothing to peel on this. That's right, there isn't anything. Was it you who asked what's in the working time for blue? Oh, yeah, I did. I did ask. I never actually looked it up. Found it. I would machine all the 3D printed parts out of aluminum just to make everything extra rigid. There are probably a few parts that would be useful. Isn't there someone, I saw somewhere, someone already did a kit, not a kit, but a set of like printed parts, but I think they weren't they exact, like, I'm not machined, but they were basically machined versions of the printed parts without any real work in them. LDO needs to find a way to include something peelable. Okay, cable chain installation point. You may wish to install the rest of the cable chain now. I'm gonna wait. X end stop, we're gonna wait. And then we have the hand wheels. It's not cheap making all the parts though. Is there anything else? I mean, there's gonna be, I guess there is gonna be other stuff I'm gonna want this plate for, this table for. The hand wheels. So, this is another one of those areas where you're driving a fastener into the lead screw. So I went searching and I found a clamping timing pulley. I found it on OpenBuilds. I think it's GT2-3M, what these are. And there's a GT2-3M timing pulley that they sell. And not that one. There's another one. Let's go pulleys and belts. And they sell this guy right here. And I thought, this is pretty cool. Let me put a link here. Now in my description, I am a OpenBuilds. I signed up for the OpenBuilds affiliate program, mostly because I really like their slot covers and I was going to be using them a lot in this build. So, but there's a link down there. This is a clamping pulley. Doesn't drive any screws in. So I saw this and I thought, we can put a 3D printed part on that and turn this into the hand wheels. Let's see. So I did. Now this, we're gonna do, this is third print, but I designed, and let's go through the iterations. Here's this, here's this, here's this, and what's the other part I need? This guy. Okay. So this is that pulley. It's not, I mean, it's 3mm pitch, right? They're $10. $20 on this build for something I don't have to damage. The lead screw I thought was worth it. So on the Voron 2.4 and earlier models too, the idea behind popping this flange off, see, this just, in order to make these, they're not one piece. So this can pop off. So you pop that off, and then that allows you to make a printed part that matches that profile. You can stick it in. This was done, the idea came from the Voron team and the 2.4, the 80 tooth pulleys in the skirts for the Z drives. There's a printed option. So I made this. I modeled this up. Pretty pleased with it. It's got a rotating knob here. Has a little bit of a contour to the outside. That radius is 42mm, just because. This was flawed in that this goes on here. And then my idea was, and I didn't think about it enough, I guess, is that this would go on here, and then I'd use some screws around there to hold it in place. M4 extruder also. Oh yeah, that was just much later. That was flawed because then this would just pop right out. There's nothing actually hold it in place. So I decided to just go straight to the way the Voron parts are, and you drive a screw in between the aluminum part and the plastic part, and it locks the two together. So that was this piece. And of course, 6 isn't divisible into 20 evenly, so I couldn't go with 6 spokes, so I changed it to 5. This goes in here. It's a nice fit. And then the idea was I was going to use some socket head M3s to thread into there. But then the problem is that the diameter of the head was touching the end of the pulley here, and my tolerances weren't quite right for those threads, so it wasn't really holding very well, and then it wasn't pressing into the pulley all the way. So I had a few measurements to tweak, and then I fixed the knurling on the outside to be a lot more pronounced, and I like it. It would make the pulleys turn nicely and have no wobble, since the original design depends on 2 points only, and if your hand wheel is not tight, it wobbles. Screws bite into the metal along the edge. Yeah, so that's the opposing tightening order. Yep. So now, and I'm going to pull this off because I have not tested the latest iteration of this that came off of the printer right before stream. But the idea is I can put a heat set in there. So I put a heat set in there, and then behind that is a thread into plastic fit for the hole, so that it basically helps hold the screw in. Jared with Galileo 2 did that, and that's where I got that idea. So now this is the latest version, and you notice I'm using button heads now. They're not as recessed, so they're not going to push on the inside of this. So now we can go in here and try to put this on nice and straight. So then that goes in there. And it is It is all the way on this time. It wasn't before. I don't think I have any good. Maybe we'll do stainless. I don't have any of these nickel plated ones. Button heads long enough. So we'll do 10 millimeter M3s. M4 style way how to mount pulley is very clever. Kudos to that. Thanks. Now that's Max or original design. But this, so what you should do is hold this down so that you're not, it doesn't have a tendency to pull the printed part from the other part. And I'm hoping I got the tolerances right. That is going in. So there, and I'm not going to thread it all the way in. Then we'll go to an opposite side. Now on the printed pulleys for the Voron 2, I've done to where I make a jig so I can clamp it all together to make sure that it doesn't shift, because those are even more important than this. These will just go in here. Oops. Wondered about a perpendicular screw from the outside on something like this. I don't know. Is that 10 or is that 12? It looks longer. Yep, it's 12. That's a 12 that got in there. A 12 will probably cause the thing to shift out of place because it'll bottom out. Kind of want to check to make sure I didn't accidentally put a 12 in one of these other ones. I guess I can just feel for it. Yeah, I think I'll just feel for it. I don't want to redo those. Your granddaughter is here? Awesome. Congratulations, Joe. As this is untested Rev 3, did you do a pair or just a single? I just did a single. I did a pair last night of this design and then realized it wasn't, the fit on the screws wasn't tight enough. And then the head of the screw was interfering with this part of the pulley. So these tightened up to that part of the pulley. They don't tighten to the side. So then we'll just put all of these in. These do not need to be tight. Quite the opposite. It just to touching, because there's no, having these, tightening the screws doesn't add any strength there. But that appears to be good. And it looks good too. So now I'm going to go ahead and put the heat set in. Try this all the way. Got to add Loctite. Where is, there it is. And I am doing the deep, the longer, the long heat set. It's actually heated up. Oh, why buy the pulleys when aluminum hand wheels are cheaper? How do they attach? Aluminum hand wheels would be fine. I didn't even look for them. I wanted something I made. I wanted something I made. there a manual down on this machine like X and Y? No, but I mean, you can just grab the pulley. Okay, so that goes in there, and then we can just use this one. But hopefully the idea is that this threads in, and then once it hits that plastic, the plastic will act kind of like a lock nut. Yep, and there it is. Why buy something ready-made when you can spend 16 hours designing, prototyping, refining, and building it yourself? Exactly. Dave gets it. I mean, there's so much, there's quite a few things that you can just buy the thing of, right? Let's get that tuned. There we go. And there we are. Now, how well does it work? That'll go on there to whatever degree makes sense. Where it makes sense? Probably somewhere around the middle of travel, maybe flush there. That works. There's a very, very slight wobble on it, but I'm happy. That works. Okay, now I can't set this down on this surface because that will get hurt, right? That'll get in the way, so let me take this off. But is it a nut slapper? It doesn't stick out as much, and it's red, so you notice it more. If it was black, I would say yes. Tend to chop mine down a bit. It's an artifact of what used to be a longer stepper mount. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Take a couple of centimeters off of there. Stage 2 to mill this from aluminum. Anyway, I am pleased. That design started yesterday morning, and there it is. No ball bearing in it, no. Now, a partially threaded M3x30 makes a perfect spot for this. I don't have the partially threaded, I don't think I have it in stainless. I think it's just black oxide is all I have. But I have a total noob question. I know the kit doesn't come with a spindle. How can one determine the best, most powerful spindle to buy? I would check the Discord for recommendations on what the US buyers are purchasing, because there's some brands that are better at things like the correct bearings in them and grounding and stuff like that. I'd probably go by other builders' recommendations off the Millennium Machines Discord. It would be pretty easy just to get the design or whatever to make this so it works with a regular 10 millimeter belt 20-tooth GT2 pulley. I have some of those, and that's what I was going to use before I found this clamping style. It wouldn't be a big change to tweak this for that. It probably wouldn't be too big of a deal to make a printed interface either. It just wouldn't be as durable. Okay. Since we're talking about these, place the handle onto there, tip, repeat the handheld wheels for the Y-axis. Okay, so Z-axis assembly. Whew. How do we start this? We've got extrusion, so I need to put this somewhere. Where am I gonna put this? I guess I'll put it right there. Oh, I guess this isn't gonna, all the lead screws are on, so it's not gonna fall apart. Very cool. Okay, let me get the Z-axis extrusions. I have to leave. We'll try to catch Saturday's stream. See you, Andres. Are you going for the Z today? Must beat Taylor, I guess. I don't know how far we're going to get. We're at almost 4 hours right now. So I don't know how much longer we're going. There's a bunch of those. Oh, that's all enclosure, I think. Okay. Let's see what our next steps are. At least get a little bit into it. Oh, there's another one? Oh, that's this guy, huh? No? What do we have? So, is there any, are the instructions here, are these different for the FMJ? Just gonna clean off my table here a little more. Okay, those are the same length. That's shorter. I'm not working today, so go as long as you want. Okay, let's compare. We have a 320 millimeter. Okay, so these aren't the same. So we have a F&J assembly. Is that what we want instead? Here we are. No, that's not even the right stuff. Uh-oh. Dave is saying something. I didn't catch what you said before you retracted it. Do you think the OpenBuilds tension nut would be better than the standard collar to preload the threaded nut? No, we talked about that with Dave before on that. The brass nuts were determined to be the better lead screw nut. This is the 110 volt spindle we recommend. Okay. We have different extrusions here than what is called. So is there a LDO documentation difference here? Let's go docs, LDO docs, and that link is in the description where I'm going here. So Milo, the Milo kit. We just have BOM and printed parts guide. F&J. Reinforcement practice. You have to go to the F&J. I am. Here, I'm in the F&J section here. F&J, and then if I look at the extrusion lengths here, none of these, so I have right here 320 millimeters, and then 260 and 120. So same thing, just one of them's longer. Okay, just the longer, that works. Extrusions A and B are the main Z column extrusions. So the Z-axis rail assembly. Okay, so the middle one here. Boy, that's a mess. So I think use a printed, so we're gonna install the rails. Let's go ahead and move these out of the way. Grab the rails. Okay. Nice short, oops, let's go this way. Short little rails. And the main vertical column is longer than in the docks. Yep, that's the only difference. It's because there's extra Z travel on the LDO kit. Extra travel, we'll take it. Those away. Okay. So, install the Z-rails with only the lower carriage installed into the C extrusion using M3x10 socket heads. Make sure the endmost and centermost bolt holes in each rail are used. Gotta go, be productive, and get the grocery shopping done. See you, Peter. Take care. Oh, is this the first time you've been able to catch me live? You commented on Twitter, right? You can leave both carriages on. Good. I was hoping so. And then we're gonna get into column assembly. Okay. Assume self-source rails with only a single carriage on each. Okay. So I guess we'll just go through here and clean. Yeah, we'll just get all these cleaned. See you, Colin. I think probably going to be get these cleaned and installed and go find some grub, because my stomach is growling. Where did my grease go? I set it somewhere. Where did I put that? That's weird. I just had it here. Is it under here? Get more and more organized and I still can't find anything. Oh, there it is. Wife just announced she's working from home. No building my ERCF. Oops. Okay, that'll be enough for this. I need to get the gun for this, for sure. What type is that grease? It's just EP2. This is Mobilux EP2. Oh, shoot. I had set my antibiotic out here and intending to take it. I'm just a little late. That's okay. Okay, so this. Grab my marker, mark the one one side. And these can go off the end. I can wipe these off. Make sure everything is good. That goes there. And this goes, just throw this on here. Goes there. Throw, oops, I gotta take the end off there. These have grease ports, if you remember from last week. Oops, it wasn't that, it was a hex. There we are. Am I missing anything in chat? Are we down a tooth? Oh yeah, I had to get I had an old root canal and the crown failed, and the crown failed and the tooth there wasn't enough tooth left to redo the crown. So it meant an extraction and it'll be an implant. So, but had the tooth pulled on Tuesday, and I guess tooth day, and no pain. It's just been a pain of irritating to eat. So I'm just going to throw some grease into the ports. If you could see there, a little bit out there, which is fine. Oops. We'll do the other side. And that one is good. So now we'll put this back on here, and we'll get this one. Little carriages are kind of nice. Well, before we get too far, we'll put these back on. That one's there. Pull this one off. Some questions about whether some more exotic greases would be better. Okay, so that's on there. Throw some grease on this side. And a little grease on this side. This is really quick. I like it. Then we can put this back on. Need little grease ports on all of these. That can go back on. And that one's done. Extra. Throw the plugs on the end here so I don't accidentally send them flying. There we are. Perfect. there. Hey, Dutch dude, welcome. See you in a while. We are making progress. Got a very, I feel like a very smooth running X and Y axis. Okay, so that's cleaned off. We can pull the back on there. One does not want to, that one doesn't want to inject, so I'm going to just pull this off and throw some in there. Not waste all of that. These are, see, they just go right on. I'm going to try the other side. See if this one will work. Nope. Get that going. We'll just throw some in here and call it good. All we're doing is getting the grease in there. It's an order of magnitude smaller than Curtis from Clee doing his 5M DRO on vid this weekend. I understood a little bit of that. I'll just put that right there. This one, see if it works better. Some of these have plastic bits stripped a little bit. Okay, let's try this again. I don't have the proper tip on this, so I'm just kind of pressing hard and then injecting. So like that one worked. You can tell when it's working. That one worked too. The other one just had a hard time. That's done. Cutting edge engineering and Blondie hacks will be your video go-tos while learning to get the most out of the Milo. Oh, I watch Blondie hacks I watch every one of her videos. I have not seen cutting edge engineering. There we go. This one can go back on. Just like that. We are greased. We are lubed. Ooh. And a couple of stoppers so I don't lose them. And so I don't lose them. CCE is an Aussie machinist, awesome guy. I love the videos. I'll have to look it up. It's probably been, I feel like it's been brought up here before. Hey, I made it. Okay, then this is the extrusion they're going to go on. M3 by 10. Okay, so it's saying 8 M3 by 10s because it's every other hole, but I'm gonna put them all in. So I'll do the same thing. I'll supplement my parts in. Okay, yep. So that's gonna go on there. Let's make sure all this is good. Yeah, I'm gonna fill them all in. There is a little tiny burr there. You see that? I don't know what I don't really have a good way of getting that. And try just very carefully sliding over it with a sharp blade here. Because that will absolutely impact how straight this clamps on. It's right there, right within the spot, and I think I got it. I'm just gonna basically use the X-Acto knife blade as a scraper, or the cutting blade. And you won't be able to see it, but it's flat now. Yeah. Okay, that is exactly that width. So now we need the M3T nut. Yep, I could feel it though. So if I can feel it, it's definitely a problem. Let's do that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 3 that way. And 2. Lap it a bit on the granite. I don't know if there's any. Do you have anything? I think it's. We'll see if we get an anomaly there, then we'll know that something's going on. But I think we'll be okay. That's right up to the end there. Okay, so that's going to go like that. And then in 3 by 10, these guys. So I'm going to put what is this? 1, 2. There. I'll go here. I'll put Loctite on these, but right now we're just test fitting and getting things lined up. They're there. Ah. There we go. Got an idea for the part design, a carrier for the slider T-nuts for the linear rail. What is that? Okay, so that's gonna go there. You know what? I feel like this is probably gonna be easier and less prone for accidents to take these off, since it's so easy. And then I can work on this a little more free. Let's see how these do. See, there's still wiggle there. So these parts are so dependent on printer settings. These can be designed exactly, I mean, in order to be designed exactly so they work well, they don't work well at variations in print settings. I was thinking something cool would be to make some sort of like compliant pieces that maybe if you didn't put any force on them, it would get things centered without being so sensitive to settings. I didn't actually do the wipe it down thing. So before I get too far, make sure anything I put on there is gone. Oh, to keep them, I see, to keep them at a set distance, little printed spacers. Okay. Could be done like those folding center line marking jigs. Oh, yeah. That's true. You are reminding me about Loctite, and I had intended to kind of hold off for a second while I test fit, but I'll go ahead and do it. I need a new icon. I need a new emoji. I need a Loctite emoji. I need a YouTube Loctite emoji. It can replace the swapping glasses emoji. Okay, that. Then these the 10s, these 8s. Those are 10s, okay. That one, ooh, I'm almost out of 10s right here. I know I have more. So that's all of those. Sorry. No, you're good. You are good. I think still do these, even though they're not great, but do the 2.42, 2.43, that's fine. And kind of make sure we are somewhere around there and right there. Like that. Get this somewhat tightened down, we'll see where we're at. Okay, so if we do that, now Now if we put one of these carriages on, we can see where we're at on the dial indicator, right? Not as much room to measure, but okay, right there. Let's turn this over and see if we can get a view. It's going to be tough because it's pointing in the wrong direction, but no, that works. Let's see what this looks like. Moves over. Let's see if we can get a little better. Right on the 5, we go over, we come back. There's a little bit of a, what do we think? Right behind the chat window, yeah. There. Let's see, what do I need to do? That's going across, that's right on the 5 right there. This is such a short sample section of extrusion. Then it comes back. What do we think? I don't know. Since there's a cup to it, so it comes back to about 5 on both sides. Is that? Yeah. So if that gets closer, maybe I can move this side in just a hair, right? I can move this side towards me just a hair and probably be, I mean, it's 15 10,000ths. Middle hasn't been screwed. Slight bow to the rail. Yeah, I can try tightening it down and seeing. Let's do the torque it and see what it does. Here, let's do this right here. Can we see? Can we see what that does? No, it didn't really change. Doesn't really change when I torque it. It's the rail that matters and not the extrusion. Yes, but I don't have really a reference other than what I was hoping, similar to the other one, is just kind of getting an idea of, is the rail, is it on there straight? And since I'm pretty much hitting the same value-ish on both sides, it's probably close enough. And we're talking 0.0005 inch ticks, and we're about 4, maybe 5 ticks. So 0.0025. I don't have a good light to check the rail against a straight edge, and I don't have a straight edge that I could consider reference. Bed mesh will fix it. And this is Z also, so I'm sure this is going to be just fine. It's just checking and testing and driving ourselves nuts with the dial test indicator, right? That's what this is for, is to drive yourself nuts trying to get perfection. It's just, it goes back there. So that would seem to me like it's probably something in the extrusion. From end to end, it's like 2 ticks difference. so this can come off of here. That there. Bed mesh. This guy can go on here. Channel my own, this old Tony. Oh, I'm just gonna give you all the view of my hand. Do this. Oh, humor me, flip it to the inside of the extrusion and see if it has an opposite effect. Oh, yeah, I'll humor you. I see what you're saying. Let's flip this around. Put this right here. That doesn't mean, so these extrusions are some sort of media blasted and then anodized. So they're processed. So there are all kinds of opportunities for super minor, mostly inconsequential things. There, let's go right there. So this is on the inside. Let me see if I can get a good, okay. So the inside edge. Can't really tell. It is going basically 5 to, no, over 5. That one's a little more of a, more of a, this would need to come this way, I think. Want to drive perfectionist machinists nuts, show them micrographs of the surface of their oh so perfect machine parts. Yeah. So not super, I guess that's fine. What are we saying, Tuxedo? What matters most is parallelism between the rails, but it's good to align it as well as you can to the extrusion. You're adding machine plates. I think the outside would be more important since that side will be clamped to the plate itself. I think the idea here that all of this bolts between two plates, so that overall this extrusion is going to be straight up and down. If the rails aren't, then I guess you could, but then it's going to do this. Add an exaggeration. So I may play with that a little bit off stream, but let's go on. And by go on, I think I'm about done. 4.5 hours and my stomach is growling like crazy. So I think I'm gonna call it right there. In a few minutes of chatting and talking about what's going on, what's the next thing, but I think my stomach is saying it's food time. I'm gonna put those there. And then I'm going to play with that a little bit and we'll see if I can improve it once I get something in my stomach. Hey Ella, welcome. Your index side to the plate will be forced flat when the plate is installed. The index side will be forced flat. Well, this will be forced flat, which means I want this to be, figure out what is the difference here. And I might put this on the other surface plate and look at it too and see what I can find out. Nope, I don't get delivery. So, Tuesday, we're back on the green V2. Let's go here. So Tuesday, we are back on the green V2. I'm excited about that. I did receive the CNC, the Vitali CNC tap. It got here, so we can get it belted up. I have the new Gates pulleys that'll go on there. So, and then the plan is Saturday to continue this. So on the Charlie's Angel streams. So we will make some progress on that, make some progress on the green V2, and then next Sunday we'll be back here on the Milo. So, yeah. So I think we are good. So I want to thank everybody for being here. 4.5 hour stream, it's pretty good. Thank you for Polymaker and LDO for the giveaways. Thanks for everyone who donated memberships, became members. Appreciate it. So looking forward to Tuesday. We'll see you then. Hope everyone has a good rest of your weekend, and take care and enjoy the build. Bye.